Hey everyone, sorry. I've been running my rounds with the like tweeting and posting in other servers and stuff, just making sure that people are aware that I'm currently streaming. But hi, how are you guys doing? I'm doing good, Josh. Thank you. Been thinking about Sephiroth and Smash because I think that's so funny and I'm so glad that it exists. And no Sora yet, but it might happen. You never know. Okay, I think that's it for Discord. And then I guess Instagram too. Jesus. How do I? There we go. Damn. I wish I had like a social media manager. It took me 6 minutes to just put everything out. I wish I had somebody to just do it for me. Okay. Yeah, who knows? Sora might be one of the later DLCs. You never know. And if he's not, oops. Turnabout Succession. So this one is apparently a super long one. Mildly concerned, I have to say. Get on WUF? World Urban Forum? I don't think that's what that is. Hashtag WUF. I don't think this is the right thing that I'm looking at, because I'm looking at a pet resort and spa, and I'm also looking at the World Urban Forum, which is which was established in 2001 by the United Nations to address one of the most pressing issues facing the world today: rapid urbanization and its impact on communities, cities, economies, climate change, and policies. It's an office ref? Oh. No, I have not watched The Office at all. I've only seen bits and pieces, and I didn't care about any of it. Obligatory G Fuel promotion If anybody here knows G Fuel, tell them to sponsor me, because I drink this shit before every single stream. What the hell is going on? Wait, is this really the last one? Hold on. Is this really the last one? PW4? What? TT? Oh, Trials and Tribulations. Apollo Justice. Wow, there really are only 4. There might be a bonus one after this? Wait. Okay, sorry. I was unaware that this was the last one, so now I have to, now I gotta text someone. What the fuck is going on? This is crazy. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh my god, it's him! This putrid little fuck. Hey Apollo, look, on TV, look! Whoa, look at that! He's the last Grammary, alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case 3 months ago! Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemire disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I don't care about him. He's a weirdo, and he was probably involved with the last case. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth, happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hold on, what? Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he died. Here's yours, Apollo. Don't give it to me now. I'm gonna lose it. In 3 days? Squeak. Dad. Hey, how you been? Whoops. Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. Yeah, I guess it has been 3 months. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Pudding! Farm fresh? Where the fuck was he? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Poor Apollo just wants to be a fucking defense attorney, and yet he gets thrown into like all of this shit all the time, always. To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. Oh yeah, I gotta shift this up. This dinky little head pillow does not work the way that it should. It like doesn't like. Hold on, might be better if I move this way. So, the pillow is supposed to be a head pillow. Here, let's do. The pillow is supposed to be a head pillow. However, clearly it's not lined up with my neck. So every time I sit back, I have to lift it like up and then like pin it against the chair. But then as soon as I sit forward to do anything, it just drops back down. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it doesn't have any like adjusters or anything. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Ugh. What? Tell me. You've heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? That kind of sounds a little sketchy, honestly. So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing? Well, Truce, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that what those people who sit in court... Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? So they don't even have a jury system here. That's kind of worrying, I think. It's 12 people chosen for the community, right? Very interesting. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them out of the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. I'm literally a defense attorney. Ugh. Felt like something was in my throat. What the fuck? Hopefully. Oh, God. I'm gonna lose my shit. What is going on? Weird. That was so weird and gross. I hated that. Ignore the crust. Ignore the crust. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. starring Dr. Wright, Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo. The perfect team. All right, hold on. I hate to not be going through this like at a timely pace, but I gotta figure out what to do with this because it's been a couple days now and it's not functioning the way it should, and I would like to find a way to make it function the way that it should. Is that understandable? Is that valid? Is that fair? So what if I do, let's see. So it's supposed to be like this. So we're gonna kind of tuck them like this, and then we're gonna cross them over, and fuck. Come on. No! Damn it. Alright. I can do this. Alright. Sorry. I know this is not Ace Attorney, but this is crucial. This is crucial information. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take these two straps, and then I'm trying to slip them through the holes, and then, like, scoop them around, and then, like, secure them that way. I don't even know if anybody's here. I don't know if anybody's watching this unnecessary drama unfold. But I think I got it. No, come on. Did that work? Oh, it worked. I think that works. I think that's perfect. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Gosh. So is this last court system gonna revolve around the juris system? In any case, we're gonna give it a try. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris Systems Simulated Court Committee, JSSCC. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. So the judge changes too? The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is murder. Wait, so if the defendant is guilty, then yeah, because he said the trial simulation, the defendant is most likely guilty. So am I trying to make him not guilty? What the fuck? and a potentially serious sentence. The most serious and a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. This is so bizarre. Phoenix, I picked a new case. Something that happened last night. What? Hey, Apollo. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grand Magic Show. Huh? That's 3 days away. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions. Oh, she's beating the shit out of me. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. Truzy, I literally have to prepare for a case in which someone was literally murdered. Why not go with her? Because I have to prepare. Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. Phoenix is such a cuck in this one. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. Ugh. Ah, Gramarye. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Look, it's a little hat. Whatever character that is has a little hat. Isn't that silk hat the Gramarye seal? Told ya. Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great, but today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Recycle Your Plastics Day is not one day. Recycle Your Plastics is every day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee, so it's plastic. They just exist together. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Gramarye envelope. That's strange. An envelope about the Gramaryes, huh? Tell me more about the trial simulation, you bastard. You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh! Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good. That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. What the fuck is going on? He comes in here and drops this big old bombshell on me. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard. Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started a meeting yet? Oh. Oh, she's the one who, like, passed out. Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Can I look at her profile? No. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. Oh, it's him! I'm the amazing Mr. Hit. No reaction. Oh, she passed out again. Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. So sorry. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. Why have I been pinged? I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. What is her deal? So what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happen lately? Jesus, tough crowd. Hi, Josh. What about the stimulus? Later, Trucy. What? Buy your own fucking Switch with the stimulus. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little bit better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Oh, shit! Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Wow, those are pretty. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Ooh, wow, this one's pretty. I like that one. This one's cool too. That first one was bizarre. Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Oh, God. Emma, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Measham. Measham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Poisson? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. Am I allowed to talk to her? I don't know if I can talk to her. Although I guess she's talking to me, so who cares? Hey, Rambo. Big detective. I think this is the last case of this game, too, so... This is a huge detective hours. Astronomical! So this, Drew Measham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of, female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. He was an odd bird, Measham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people just use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Measham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Vera Measham. Mira Visham. Measham. Masim. Arev. Me Drew. Measham? Miss Ham? Vera Misham. I'm trying to figure out if their names have like puns and stuff. Because in all the other cases, everyone has just had like, you know, names that are, you know, like puns on something that they're related to. Like there was a bad doctor and his name was like Palmeractus, which if you rearrange it becomes malpractice. In the last one, there was a guy who was why is that wobbly? Weird. There was a magician who I think is going to show up in this one too, probably. His name is Gramarye, which I guess is like a play on words with grimoire. So, trying to figure out what Vera Misham and Drew Misham are. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Measham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Measham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Is it the book? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. At 9 p.m.? Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Measham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Measham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Well, time to examine, I guess. Ooh, yeah. All of a sudden, my stomach started to hurt. I took a breath. Ooh, yeah. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Oh. Hold on. It's just like the other one. Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. Well, it looks just like that one, which is interesting. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? This one's really pretty. I like this one a lot. These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. This one. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Measham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Kind of morbid. I wanted to look at the palette. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee. Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. I mean, I can literally see the poison on the mouth, so I feel like there's not much to hide. That's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Measham passed away. Drew Measham. Drew Measham. Drew... I mean, Drew is obviously like an art like, play on words. Can't figure out Mesham. Unless it's me sham, and he is a sham. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Okay, so that part's done. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that. Thanks. I mean, granted, I have no idea what's going on, but I think that's also because literally I have no information. What is all this equipment for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Oh, okay. So I can't observe that either. What about this stuff? Is this desk for painting, Apollo? I don't fucking know. That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Very curious. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. So this is Drew Mesham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yeah, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Until she killed her dad. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh. Right. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. Is it the objection pose? It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Negative. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ah, you had me going there for a while. What's this small one? Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? A 1-inch picture, my guy. This is very interesting. What's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Huh. I didn't know you could do that. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. I think that that little thing is pointing at something, and I want to figure out what. I would like to take a closer look at the drafting table, please. Damn. Well. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Damn it. Oops. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. That's not what that is. No, this stain is probably... Better ask Emma. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. That... Yes, well, it's just a rumor, but I've heard there's a kind of coffee called... No. She had the same thought as a 15-year-old. Okay, you've got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So like luminol. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Oh, that's kind of crazy, actually. See, this solution is used to test for atrocanine. Atrocanine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Very specific. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that... That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. So... There's nothing. Am I missing something? I guess that would be too easy, huh? Too bad. No reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. That's what I fucking thought. Weird. Why would it be in there? Why would it be in there? If it has to be ingested, and then it takes place 15 minutes after ingestion, why is it inside this little frame? But it also looks like it's designed almost. The inside of that cute little frame, look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one that found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poison in any case. Huh, I guess it's not designed. What does it say? Drew Measham, and there's an address on it. Wait, did that say Rosemead? It says CA, that's for sure. Well, what else am I supposed to do? So I got all of these paintings. An undersea scene, vivid colors. Only half finished, the rough sketch is still visible. Whoa, it got super crusty there for a second. What the fuck? Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too? They do, actually. What's that all about? There's the letterbox, hidden painting. That one? What about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now, look at this one. Okay, this is how I compare them. This is the third painting he was working on. You're right, though. Drew Measham was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting? What for? What about this? She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure. I read it after all. She fucking opened it. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. What the fuck? That looks like an MRI. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Now, about that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray. Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? I hate that shit. Where they put that like firm little plastic piece in your mouth. It ruins me. I hate it. It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray specialization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. All right, let's give it a spin, Apollo. It just so happens that I have a... Okay, yeah. Somehow I just figured she gambled. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, would you? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. The image? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Oh, interesting. Try again. Is that not enough? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's print this one out. Hey, that's crazy, though. Does this thing actually exist? That's kind of powerful. Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now, let's try it on the real thing, shall we? Almost there. Mr. Drew Misham. Please send a receipt when something something. Uh-oh. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. That's a felony. Here goes with the second page, then. This is hard because I have to, like, keep the mouse there. Oh, I see. I was going to try and scroll it all the way down to, like, the bottom of the page to see if I could, just uncover everything in one go, but it changes, like, platform by platform. Sign the papers and something. Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you, because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers, so a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valiant Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valiant Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. I haven't even started, like, anything yet, and I have... Oh, I thought I had 3 pages of evidence, but I only have 2, which is still kind of a lot, honestly. Let's move to the Coliseum. And I'm going to leave it on this page real quick because I drank a lot of liquid way too fast, and I have to pee. So I'll be right back. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Jesus. Fuck. Alright. Thank you everyone for your patience. A pee turned into a poop, and then I also made some more tea. So we're doing great. We're handling this super properly. Alright. Alright. Okay. October 7th. Whoops. Mr. Edgeworth. Let's see. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. I can't stand this guy. Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy! How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee-hee, Uncle Valent. How's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles, such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here, on stage, by my hand. Can you just direct me to the reporter that you were talking to? I don't want to speak to you. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Why is everything 7 years? Wright was 7 years ago. Her dad disappeared 7 years ago. It's been 7 years since this. The letter was from 7 years ago. Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye. If that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valent Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. Hold on, pause. Huh? Can you even do that? And then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye troop secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy here. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucier was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? Oh, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. Ah! Why, that bears the Gramarye seal! Uncle Valant? Something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Huh? Danny gave it to me. Daddy? My partner's like, no, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? Well, looks like I'm not the only one that wants to call him Daddy. I'm legally changing my name to Lord Daddy. This signature on the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gramarye. Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. I don't think I have anything to show this guy. He's not really all that relevant either. Well, let me present him with the... So a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? Mr. Brushel, journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? A big. I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, here he is only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So, a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grammarly. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? He would tear apart my respectability and I would tear apart him. Hi, Cam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix that card? What happened to the big magic? Isn't that more miraculous for to say ripped? Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valen. Please live. 3 days from now. Make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valen react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Okay, I'm out. What has happened so far? This guy was found dead in his studio. This girl, his daughter, was arrested on account of her, quote-unquote, poisoning her dad with this cup, and that blue part right there is the poison. We found this envelope from 7 years ago that documents somebody paying the dead guy $100,000 for some paintings or something. Oh yeah, so it says, Mr. Drew Measham, I've deposited the $100,000 in a designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So, very suspicious dealings. We found this painting hidden, and this one was on an easel, which almost perfectly mirrors the other one that we found, except this one has a little section up here where it's not finished painting, so you can see the rough sketch, but the rough sketch is very different from the rest of the painting. And we just spoke to Valiant Grammary, and he continues to be a piece of shit. Also, this random tiny frame that we found has poison in it too, but we don't know why. Is that it? I think I covered everything. Oh, and Valiant Grammary has a show at the Sunshine Coliseum in 3 days. I don't know why that's relevant, but I'm sure it will be. Oh, and then we're changing a system of court. So now I guess we're gonna have a jury called the jurist system. And for whatever reason, it starts like we're running with trial system that Phoenix is in charge of. So we're running a case that's supposed to be a simulation, except I'm actually, you know, defending someone, and the verdict is gonna be real. And I don't know how that's gonna change the court studio, the court sections, but I guess we're gonna fucking find out. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? This is the worst character I've ever seen in my entire life. Why does he look like this? Oh my god. Also, he has a feather just like the one we saw on that table. This man is evil, dead ass, straight up. Hey there, how you doing? Who are you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You? Well, you're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till he spilled beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance?
Oh, you're Trucy.
Am I famous?
Oh yeah.
I hate his teeth. His teeth make me itch.
Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote.
That's so not true.
Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
First of all, britches, not breeches. I don't know what the fuck a breeches is.
So guard. I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote.
No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard?
Ooh, wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote.
Huh. Oh, also, Vera has been homeschooled her entire life and never left the house, basically. So she is extremely shy, does not want to talk that much, and the only reason that the police were able to drag her to the detention center was because they allowed her to have her good luck charm with her as they dragged her out of the apartment or the studio. I should have guessed.
Where are my manners? Lips Brushel, Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes and writes, end quote.
What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins?
Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote.
I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. I don't want to talk to him. She is cute. She looks like one of those. She looks like a character from VA11 Hall A. God, what's her fucking name? Kiramiki. Please no porn. Please no porn. Please no porn. Cool. We're good. Where's the browser? Where's the browser? See? She looks like this. It's Vera. Just kidding. It's Kiramiki. I love this game. VA11 Hall A is such a good game. It's just a bartender simulator, but my god, it's good. All right, Spark Brushel. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly! I knew you would understand.
What does that mean? He's just saying things. So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Who, me? Look, let me say one thing for the record. I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. I'm always on the road. The journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Oh, because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly. See? It's the same thing.
What is? This guy's literally insane. So, you went to do a story on Drew Measham, and he'd never had a story done about him before.
Yeah, that's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here. If this guy says that he wants to say something for the record one more time, I'm gonna lose my fucking marbles. I swear to God. I'm sure you're gonna want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like, I got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly. See, that is what I'm talking about. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls of years, eyes, especially glass walls with fingers. End quote.
Right. Guess we'll leave then.
But since you're here, might as well tell you the tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip, and I wandered into this burger place with just amazing ketchup. Yeah, with an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote. I believe it was.
An oil painting?
It happens every day, right?
No. I don't think famous oil paintings are stolen from museums every day. I think that is probably the furthest thing from the truth.
But I thought I'd see the painting somewhere before. The painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists could smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Yeah, right. Let me go on the record here. I know what you're gonna say. Brussel, take this. Write a brilliant column. End quote.
I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing and one thing only, and that's food. Just try to understand.
Maybe it's this one then? What if I present my attorney's badge?
Right.
Okay, so, I've got nothing to say to him. And I think I exhausted all the dialogue options, and I guess we're moving. But what am I supposed to do now? Cool. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling you face you've got going, Emma? Chat her up. What? Damn. I wanted to see if I could use her little tool and inspect the stuff there. What am I supposed to talk to her about? I don't understand. We already checked that. Already checked that. Already checked that too. And then she's gonna be like, oh, it was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Measham was a forger. A forger? So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. I feel like that's, that's a pretty linear conclusion to draw. Nothing wrong with that at all. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Measham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries, to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting, and I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. No, every time. Oui. All done. And some more. And some more. I like this tool. Oh, something's coming out. What is that? That looks like a dude on fire. What is that? What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath a finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So, Mr. Measham was drawing whatever he wanted to before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Yeah, what is that? I do like this detection stuff. I think this particular minigame is very fun. Cause you feel like you're actually like discovering. This is a very unique one. Wait, holy shit. Oh my god. Wait. This guy was rough sketching scenes of the crimes. This is the poker one from the first case, and the last one that we just scanned was Gavin's guitar catching on fire at the top of the tower. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, what was the second case? The second case was the malpractice one, the doctor one. So it's gonna have something to do with that, guaranteed. Watch. Or it's gonna be like her hiding in the noodle stand or something. Yeah, that's it. That's the noodle stand. What the fuck? What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Truzy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? I fucking do. Oh my god. What? Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. Whoa! What could it mean? How could he have painted those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham... Yeah, Emma. I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas, every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham, and what did he have to do with me? Bro, what? That's insane! Oh my god, dude. I am fucking blown away right now. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy right. That's right with the W. But not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, but I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy, for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Oh, she's cute. She's one of those fucking notebook communicators. God, I love that fucking kind of character so much. Okay. Well, that's a start, I guess. Something's weird about this. This is something that we do not know about, but this is not just her doing nail polish. That's something else entirely. Wanna try? Ooh, really? Ugh, girls. I'll never understand them because I'm a homosexual. The victim, Drew Measham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Measham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step towards a new order in our court. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists! Judge Well, and Judge Cool. Now, see, Prosecutor Gavin. I was gonna say that. Ah, my apologies, Herr Judge. Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find just what effect they're gonna have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Measham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Measham. Already. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Achtung! Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atropine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atropine in the body is the touch of the reaper's size. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. The witness will state his name and occupation. Put that nose away.
Right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
If you don't mind, I'd like to state something for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel.
I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspect of conclusions. The preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yeah. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. My name is Giorno Giovanna, and I have a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to this story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, eh, Evan? For me, the jury is still out. Nothing's happened. Don't drop one-liners.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview.
Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30.
The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And, you'll know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case, unless you are the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you?
Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote, or even the contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rack the courtroom, end quote.
Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview.
Tried and true, baby. Press this doofus. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview?
Yeah, if the great painter Drew Bishop says gonna come at 9 o'clock, believe you me, I go at 9 o'clock. The first and, as it turned out, last interview was such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter the atelier.
You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio.
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in a journalistic history. Basically, insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for the Brussels guy, end quote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reasons that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. Hi, Kay. So, how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought us coffee right after we started.
Would you mind being a little bit more specific?
Let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in the third grade. Fourth grade.
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Herr Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that.
Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times as necessary. Right for a grade school. That's my motto.
Only stay for a little bit. Yes, I completely agree. I despise looking at him. It is maybe the worst character I've ever seen in the entire series. And thank you. I appreciate the lurk. When are you streaming today? Are you streaming today?
Don't know. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. Where are my goals? Oh, you're not streaming today.
Hold on. I just realized none of my goals are up. What's going on? There we go. I don't know what that was about. Huh, weird. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured you usually stream before this.
I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
You know what happened next. Star falls, end quote.
Be more specific. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important
Personage? Personage? I think it's personage.
An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about start breaks? Lex punch. I know. Star dies. Lex imagination. Of course, you could go with just Drew dies. Straight. To the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear something about a moment of death, Brussels coffee, the stars coffee. About when Mr. Measham passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was! He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch he could do not but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yeah, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist's seizure is the final performance, end quote.
Anthraquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a boar, the limbs tremble, the throat burns.
That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh, yeah? Well, I want to tell lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine My Love by the Governors, available at all major music outlets.
The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony?
Very important, I guess. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Atroquinine is not real. It sounds real as hell. But I figure, like, if there was a chemical that does not exist naturally that were that poisonous, it probably would be outlawed. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. Court requests the witness and this account to his testimony.
Those spasms. That was definitely death by poison.
You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure?
Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I have seen a lot of things, and I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote.
Okay, Kay. I don't know when Spark leaves, but God, I hope it's soon. Your coffee. So you drank the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not. Well, no point filing before you're a star, end quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought, and one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess.
Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important?
We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that is important. You're sure you drank the coffee?
Oh, yes, quite. I gulped it down, felt its sweet scorch in my throat.
But you say the victim took 1 sip and fell over. And you still kept drinking?
Of course, drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to say. Never really knew what he meant by that.
You say Mr. Measham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course, he who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one the so-called the sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug. Drinks? Question mark? End quote.
That poison is quite virulent.
My stomach did a so-called the somersault. Since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as the second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of a so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button, please?
Well,
Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over.
Oh yeah. You can go to press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right?
Do I have anything about atroquinine? Tiny frame, some paintings. Looks like I do not. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I don't even know what I presented. Can you say that for sure?
For sure, I'm sure. True Studio isn't a big place, kiddo.
If you ever call me kiddo again, Spark Brushel, you will feel the wrath of God upon your tiny, frail body. I swear.
I know it if someone else had come in.
What if they'd been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
Yeah, you think I, Spark Brushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way.
He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Measham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. I think I have to change what he's saying here. So he either took a sip or he didn't and then fell over.
Yes, indubitably, just like that. Well, bam.
So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and then fell over immediately. Should I get him to talk about something else? Let's go over the moment of death again.
Cool boy, what a see that was. He puts his coffee down with a crash, right?
He hit the floor, as they say, art of seizure's final performance. Body arches back like a bow. Let's say important. So, what is he gonna say now, then? Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. I mean, yeah. He died by poison. Had the coffee. Did you actually see him drink it? But he says no, that he didn't see him, like, actually drink it. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. But traces of the slow-acting deadly poison atroquinine were found on the rim. I mean, that's true. Plain and simple, there's nothing wrong with that. That's poison. The next moment he was on the floor. Let's see if this works. There we go. Got it. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, the troquinine.
Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile.
Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
An omission?
Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting.
Slow-acting?
What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Measham slipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe.
Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say? On the record?
Slow acting, S-O-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right, but even that, it had already begun tugging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on a scoop. It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. How? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think?
I just got the shit scared out of me by my fucking Google Home because she decided to wake up and tell me that she could not connect to the Wi-Fi, and I thought there was somebody in my fucking room. I was going to scream. My God.
I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote.
I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye.
Scoop. Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second.
Waiting, out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. Revival of recollection, end quote. Story's survival, end quote.
Attorney utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time. See?
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Prushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order!
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony, that Mr. Measham died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony. I dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ugh. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Phoenix Wright. Who else? Ugh, tongue hair brush. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial of the jurist system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
When I arrived in the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. But now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note.
Yes, he had this look on his face, the man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Measham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh.
Very well, we may begin cross-examination.
So I'm guessing I just present the letter to him because we know what the letter says, and it was not a suicide note. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Measham?
Well, it's not Vera, of course.
Was anyone besides Mr. Measham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. It's hard to use this classic Ramsey phenomenon ploy, end quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? So he put the letter away when he saw you.
Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry? Really?
Mr. Measham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Mr. Justice.
Because it was not a yellow envelope.
Okay, why not? My account comes free of charge.
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
What?
I hate him so much. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But, Herr Forehead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brushel,
I can explain that. True, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope. Pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, great? So he grabbed it in his envelope and crammed away.
And what about the whole red and yellow envelope? Contradiction, chump.
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with, the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Measham. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped.
Order, Mr. Brushel. Can you explain this to the court?
Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots.
How old are you? You are 36. Shut up.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham said they are searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think, if that were a suicide note, ooh, what a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, falls, end quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yes, Your Honor.
it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
So, am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
Far from over, my friend. I hate to state which should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face.
Hey, come on! Attorney his active imagination, a little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. The reporter leverages story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look, this is my story. My tidbit. Journalist's info is livelihood. End quote. But
I see. No,
well, you have me chatting away to hear what's going on out there. Yeah, you know, what if some Wally Wadsworth or a Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They're going to be going to press while I'm going to waste.
the court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait. 7 years ago? My bracelet's reacting now. The victim, Drew Measham, had an aversion to reporters.
Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is.
Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us. Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, yeah, just a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, but honest.
So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Misha must have really wanted to keep it under wraps.
The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case?
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. I can't.
Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. The journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. Want to become famous? You goddamn right I do. Oh. that red envelope probably had something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
No, I was just saying it's possible. We're calling reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You're gonna pick all of them apart. Be my guest.
I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Measham?
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Just how amazing was Mr. Measham's talent?
Huh? Coo-wee, boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man. A star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist's paints light up studio like sun, end quote.
This guy's full of shit. But that one just now was wackier than usual. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Measham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Measham's art. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Is it this one or is it... A story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So I think I'm going to perceive on the without compare part. Damn it. It's just the way you were moving just now. It was particularly suspicious.
What's that supposed to be? It's so usually just some sort of averagely suspicious.
Sorry, my mistake. You're fine. I know I'm onto something here. Time to focus. What was I perceiving before? Was I perceiving his hand or did I perceive the toothbrush? Let me perceive the... Actually... Nope, that wasn't right. So is it the toothbrush or is it his face? Let me try his eyebrows, I guess. Fuck. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Fuck. So it's not the toothbrush, it's not his eyebrows, and it's not his hand. Mouth, maybe? Is it his gross little smirk? Maybe it's this one then. Story concerned a certain case. Nope, got it wrong. Fuck off. Okay, so let's start over. Let's take a look at this. No, he jumps out of. I wonder what the story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Measham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it has something to do with Mr. Measham's art? Later the story gets his interview and quote, the story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So it's got to be Drew's talent, but the question is, like, what? I don't think this is it either. Damn it! So what is it? What is... I wish you could, like, zoom out and just kind of, like, look at everything. What the fuck? Is it not this then? Maybe it's this one then. I don't think this is right. Cam, are you there? I don't think I have anything to present either, so it can't be that. I'm almost certain. Took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, and quote, the story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's... He's sweating? That is so subtle. I knew it was the last statement, I just couldn't find it. Okay, thank you, Kay. Sorry to have to make you look at Mr. Brushel. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, a man can't help his glands, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Measham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent.
That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Measham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Oops, is it this? His painting was found in Mr. Measham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Measham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, everyone, can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. And that's a serious crime.
True Measham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art meaning forgery?
True Measham was talented, all right. The talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. So...
Oh my god. Oh my god, Phoenix Wright unrightfully disbarred?
So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tiny profit, end quote.
Order, order, order. Boy, it's like our victim was living a double life.
This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism is so solid, you can stand an elephant on it, end quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
Oh, hey Matthew. Thank you for the 569, and yes, I'm gonna be doing all of them. So after this one is Investigations 1, then Investigations 2, then Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, and then Spirit of Justice, or Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice, and then The Great Ace Attorney 1. I think that's it.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview were my lips. We were lovers. Was that mug? We had nothing left at studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
I got the order right? Thank you, thank you. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Oh, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. So the interview, so no bracelet this time, but it's just going to be pressing. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it. How many times have we heard that one, Herr Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come, Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in.
I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man.
Gross. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee.
Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured and steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed.
What?
That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. You're sure about that?
Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. Oh God, why is it being so crusty? Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee.
Oh, well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Mishima ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee.
Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned via his coffee mug?
Must I explain this over and over and over? We don't need possibilities here, Herr Forehead. We need proof. You should also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early.
I can tell you what we know at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth but that coffee mug.
But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again.
On with the cross-examination.
Wow. I am surprised, pleasantly surprised, that I did not take damage from that. Not one thing. You're sure.
Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Brushel does interview and leaves studio, end quote. Come on, it's a show, get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night?
Damn. This was pulled from the studio, so it can't have been that. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Received from Vera Measham. Red envelope. Hidden painting. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Well, okay, so let's see. Brushel claims that there was a yellow envelope that was placed in the letterbox before Drew passed. So if that's the case, then maybe that could have been something, but the question then is, would that have been the poison? Would that have been something that he licked and then got poisoned from? Or would it be the tiny frame? Because the tiny frame is completely empty. But it bears traces of this poison, which is the curious part. (9 to 9:30). Through Measham's contact with the outside world, it's empty. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bears traces of the deadly poison atroconine. But then it's like, why is there poison in this? What could have been taken from here that would have left the poison there? Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? So it's, I think it's gotta be either the letterbox or the tiny frame. If the yellow... It's possible, I guess. In the designated, sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. I'm gonna say... Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Misham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Okay, there we go. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world.
A letterbox?
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Oh,
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So, an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh?
he has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Measham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well, then. The witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Herr Forehead. I feel like it's either the letter or the... I don't know why this particular case is so crusty. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually,
I don't argue the possibility is that a letter disappeared from that studio. But, Herr Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? And what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to... and what he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Yeah. So, I think now I'm going to bring out the tiny frame. You say clearly, as though it were obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know, but yes, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of a ridiculous journalist just sounds wrong, end quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
I don't sort out there.
If only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed. Vera poured the coffee. That's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. Defendant, Vera... Letter was... Okay. Let's try this. Fuck. From the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Fuck! Okay, clearly the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. But it kind of does, doesn't it? The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview. What about before the interview? Okay, so I've already done that. So, okay, what I'm thinking now is that there was a stamp in that tiny frame. He took it, licked it, and that's how he ingested it. And that's why... Yeah, so he licked it, ingested it that way, and then that's why when he drank the coffee, there's traces of the poison on the rim. Because it was already in him. Oh.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A
Stamp.
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. Oh, this is all I had to do. Fuck. I fucking took 2 hits for that. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp, but wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get out his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, See, I'm so good at this. Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. Oh, what? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Measham. Mr. Measham poisoned the coffee mug himself.
Order, order, order! But that doesn't... Does it?
Recall, if you would, atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Atroquinine.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh. His nose is picking up another scent.
So I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he'd just run out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer as the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the sand was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp as a scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes. A pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue! What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... I am. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame.
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought. See,
What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that.
the victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. But the forger forges friends, it makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, rich. That rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Measham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous! Where's your proof? I want proof! Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I do have evidence. I think I know how Mr. Measham was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Measham the stamp of death.
Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago?
Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Oh,
in other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move to... Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Who do you think that is? Because I can tell you right now, I can tell you with not a single doubt in my mind that we are about to re-encounter Christoph Gavin. Emma. Well, like my... What? Like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. The impression thing is never brought up again. It's very in line with Emma, I feel like. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's a troconine residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Measham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razor Tooth Brushel, claim the scoop is mine. Drew Measham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order! I see no room for further argument here, though I admit Mrs. Oldcoming is quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been undefended.
Apollo, I think we just won.
Very well, this court finds the defendant.
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for Gavin's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herforhead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Thereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Measham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Measham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Measham simply forgot? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Yeah. No. See, he did it. I've got this figured out. Listen. Brushel approached him, said, I know this story, and if you don't give me an interview, I'm gonna put it out. He got scared and realized that if one person knew his story, that means other people might know his story. And as a result, chose the easy way out.
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be a atroquinine residue. But, her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Measham never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Measham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poisoned stamp, and Drew Measham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Measham's mysterious death, they're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Oh, fuck. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... I would say that it's the frame, probably. Because if it came in the red letter, then it's reasonable to assume that that's not the fake clue, because that's where it came from in the first place. Enclosed stamp, so it's got to be real. Drew Measham could not reasonably be the fake clue because he is just dead. He's dead. It's thrown us off the poison's trail as none other than, I guess, the frame.
This frame is the fake clue?
Without a doubt, Your Honor. Wasn't it you who presented this evidence to the court? Hold on a second, Apollo. The poison on the envelope, that frame, and the coffee mug They're all connected somehow. Oh, right. I can hear it already.
It looks like the fake was you, forehead.
We can flog ourselves later, Apollo. Now's the time for thinking. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... True? We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations. You've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Order, order, order!
So you are telling us that Drew Measham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
Oh, I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Measham was.
If Drew Measham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Forger Drew Measham himself... forger Drew Measham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... I mean, it's gotta be Vera. There can only be one explanation, really. Oh, I hope I'm not wrong. Ah!
Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you.
I kind of agree. I mean, Vera? A forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago, and this can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Actually, that does make a certain kind of sense, yes.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio, Drew Measham's and Vera Measham's. If we know that Drew Measham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Measham. Well? Fascinating.
Vera Measham, you've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Measham? I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me, though they usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes.
So So the forger, Drew Measham, was you?
Yes, it was me.
What is that?
What? What?
The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Woo! Woo, 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 woo.
I'm gonna say yes. This is actually progressing pretty quickly. Like, I was gonna cut it short and just do like one section and then another section, but I feel like it's progressing pretty fast, so maybe I don't even have to do that. So, where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Measham who was killed wasn't Drew Measham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? What is that? One and like a bok choy or something? What is that supposed to be? A carrot? No, carrots are the other way around. One. Is that a penny? A 1 yen coin? I don't understand what that is. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent? For making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. The courtroom, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet, when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Measham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Welcome back, Cam. I hope Smash was good. I hope you at least won some.
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense.
Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Dromisham Forger persona?
He was 12? Why is your sister friends with a 12-year-old? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Me. I'm hard. Oh, sorry. Came over with her brother. My bad. I misread.
Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Ah, yes.
I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. Oh, God. Ignore that. That was awful. That was me trying to breathe through a burp, and then it just sounded like I was going to throw up. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well. Please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay. Hold on. Before we get started on this, guess what? Me, professional streamer, great dude, fantastic. I have to use the restroom again. Also, Cam, I don't know if you were here. You might have like just gotten back or not heard it, but I was saying that this is going pretty quickly. So I might just try and barrel through the whole thing and then see if that like works out. Because I'm already in the third section and it's only been like 3 hours. So it might be pretty good to just kind of like go through the whole thing. But I don't know if like other sections are going to get longer. But regardless, BRB, bathroom time. While I'm gone, drink some water, have some fun, text your loved ones, hey, how are you doing? You should come watch this stream with me. The guy's pooping right now, but he'll be right back. And the stream is so cool and great, just, have some fun with it. Ba-ba-ba-da-bow. Okay, hello, I'm back. Looking at the next sections, most of them don't seem too bad, except for one, which is probably the length of triple the length of the others. Which part is that? Like out of 7? Is this? Yeah, I think that's my mic, right? Yeah. Right? No? That's better. Right? Yeah, that's better. Ba-ba-ba-da-bow. Part 6? Well, we'll see what happens, I guess. I'll just try and barrel through it. So these things you were making, you mean paintings, identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy, too.
Sir, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Oh, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
All right. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. So what was it? Yes, my father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. And the $100,000 promises this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Measham.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Father handled the deal, all of it. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp?
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, atroquinine. A moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp?
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? God, she's so fucking cute. I cannot explain why I love this archetype so much, but like those characters that like are super shy and like can't speak and they have to like communicate by like writing in a notebook or whatever, I love them. Like there's that one, I think from like Idolmaster or something, there's that one girl that has like a TV head or something. There's another girl from another series that I forget like where, or I forget what the series is, but she communicates everything by drawing like her expressions and stuff on like a notebook and just holds it up in front of her face. I love it. I love it. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. It's a very good one. I don't know why either. Like, it's just... You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I'd think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, the father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face.
So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in.
Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty. And more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. God, I love her so much. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician. Oh! I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. Okay, I think that's a crying face. Because I think that is like an eye with like a sad line. And then I think the other eye is a like wobbly eye with a big tear coming out of it. And then I think the wiggle is the mouth. So I think this is a sad face, which took me very long to figure out. Magic troupe? Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Measham's life. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. It created things and father sold them, so I can't use the bracelet. This envelope came right after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. I think I already pressed this, though. Yeah. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic Troop? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. And the path it took to take Drew Measham's life. I have this ticket for premiere showing of a grand illusion to be performed by the magician Valent Gramray. This is Gramray envelope. Envelope from Phoenix Wright. Do not open until the time is right. Defendant's business card. The address for Drew Studio is on the front. Traces of the slow-acting deadly poison atroquinine found at the rim. Found at the victim's desk drawer. Found at Drew's studio. Drew Measham's contact. Frame. Painting. Painting. And then the autopsy report. So... Received from Trucy Wright for premiere showing of a grand illusion. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Do I present? No, because none of this isn't contradictory. Piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. Okay. And the path it took to take Drew Measham's life. So... A deadly weapon in a red envelope. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal. I already pressed all of these, so it's time to present something. But I don't know what. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Do I present the ticket? Because I don't think that's going to do me any good, because it's not a contradiction or anything. I would just be presenting it to be like, hey, are these your favorite magicians? But if I did that, then that doesn't really provide me with anything, I don't think. I guess I'll give it a shot. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gramray.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, why is he sweating?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Grammary. Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No. Answer the question. Now! Don't yell at her. It's my daughter. Yeah, 19. That's my daughter.
You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Measham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. I don't know. Oh my god, we're jumping into some SL9 incident shit. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Measham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing! Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. Phoenix Wright. Tossed out of the profession by false evidence, and the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Measham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? She doesn't know. Guaranteed she doesn't know. Oh fuck. We only met once. You met the client? Fuck. Well, who was it? It was... Fuck. I'm fucking scared, man. I don't want to click. It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor... It was Krista! Yes? What? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera, is she... She's stressed the fuck out again.
The
devil. Defendant Vera Measham. Condition. Unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis. Acute atroquinine poisoning. From where? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Measham. Vera Measham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go.
Oh, little baby. Little baby. Little baby. Little baby Twooty. Little cutie.
Oh my god, I've pieced it together, Your Honor. I've pieced it together. I've connected the dots. You didn't connect shit. I've connected the dots. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Okay, so Christoph Gavin sent a letter to popular forgers so that he could forge evidence and get Phoenix Wright disbarred. I fucking got it, dude. I don't even need to play this thing anymore. I figured it out. Whew. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Little baby. Little baby. Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh. Hold on. What? I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
So this is Zach? This old boy's here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. The fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, old boy.
Huh, me?
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramery. He's also the guy that I killed 7 years later. Or killed, sorry. A wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramery. His mentor, Magnific Gramery, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramery is the suspect. Shady. That, I swear that's the name of the guy that showed up at the Hold on. If Shady was the guy that I met up with to play poker with 7 years later, 7 years after this trial, in the Borscht Bowl Club, then that means that Zach Gramery was alive until that very moment. Which is when probably he gave that pink letter to Phoenix, who has just now given it to me and Trucy. So what does that mean, though? Why wouldn't he be around for his daughter for 7 years? Because he was on a secret mission, probably. A secret mission and he didn't want to involve Trucy, especially as such a young girl. Interesting. Very interesting. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really. I don't know which one this is. There are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A Gavinus concert got 10 times the stir as this gig has got. Who were you again? Clavia Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's...
Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your effective Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up, Herr Attorney Wright.
Perhaps you won't be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes.
Yes!
Cam, if you're not looking, you better look right now. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Give him kisses. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? I'm so glad we get to see him! Herr Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey-youing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts.
Oh, Gumshoe, my child, my lover. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grammary, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciple is even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? The malignant tutor or something.
He's as stupid as ever.
Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
The malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found as a crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us is clear, then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir.
Oh, I love him so much.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. Question? To my beloved student, Zach. To you, okay, I guess I'll just go fuck myself.
Very unusual indeed.
Let's see. To my beloved student, Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why.
Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even a defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grammary, was given an IV. An IV?
That is in the there it is in the picture off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come up to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
Could have at least mentioned it to me. I wonder what it was. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. It feels like weird now playing as Phoenix Wright. I know it's like still the same buttons and everything, but it's just like the character is shifted, you know? Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is. Gotcha. Y'all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Score one for the boys. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot in the forehead loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow up. Maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. We also found a defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one on the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. But what does that even mean? Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shoots the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is gonna get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Well, now that Mr. Wright has gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Okay, so let's check this. To my beloved student, Zach. To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Autopsy? Single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death 11 to 11:30. Age 67. Good God. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Interesting thing is the IV is not in. Has been washed and shows no sign of use. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Did I press these? I don't think I pressed these. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? Yeah, I didn't. That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistake in it. If he compares the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun, the rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, so... Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in the show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joins the police because of that pistol, I hear. Trope Grammar, he stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since.
The court would like to see the pistol in question.
You got it, sir. Here she is.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets.
It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber's empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
Aha! Intriguing point. Well made, well made.
Whoa, not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know? If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, the head detective was just a warm-up act.
Oh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, as you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
So that was part 4. Sorry, little Betty. Okay, sorry to do this again, but I have to fucking pee again. I've just been drinking so much liquid. It's not my fault. I'm hydrated, I swear. Oh, God. Canceling me for how much I have to go pee? Listen, cancel my fucking bladder, okay? I also went and got some Oreos, because I'm getting a little hungies. Hmm. Hmm. So, the rifling marks in the bullet found in Magnifi's forehead matched the rifling marks of the bullet, or matched the rifling marks of the barrel of the gun. Which means that if he was shot with that gun, with that bullet. But then it doesn't explain why there's also a shot in the clown. I think we need less thinking and more talking. Sorry, Phoenix. Jesus. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? Mm-hmm. Because of his daughter. I disagree with that, but pop off, King. Two pistols. The one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valand. Oh, for the Zach and Valen's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks? Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ha ha ha! You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5, 10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. There is something so just like there's a decadence. There is an unreplaceable, uncopyable decadence to the flavor of a peanut butter Oreo. Now, I know peanut butter, already delicious. I love peanut butter. Peanut butter is fantastic. I love it. However, there is something about a peanut butter Oreo that hits different. So there wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? They are good, dude. I don't know what it is, but there's something about a peanut butter Oreo that just fucking hits me right in my fucking taste buds. It injects my fucking brain with so much serotonin. It is irreplaceably delicious. I cannot even begin to describe it in words. I cannot even begin to think about it. Delectable. A decadence untouched, unsullied by the touch of man. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. So we get to meet. Oh, interesting. Ew. He looks like Phoenix Wright. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt? Fate. The grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is... Yes! Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zack Grammarly received. Yes! Or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Order! Order! Order!
And what does it say? Surely not the same thing? Perhaps you should see for yourself. Huh. At 11:20, not 11:05.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Huh. But the question is... Huh. Because, okay, so it sounds like he had 2 guns because he expected, Zach to not go through with it. And he expected that, you know, Valent coming through was like a backup plan. But the issue then is that if Zach came first and saw 2 guns on the table and didn't want to do it and then shot the clown, then he would have also probably emptied the second gun because he didn't want to leave any chance of him killing himself. Interesting. Ow! I tried adjusting my leg and I kicked the fucking table.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramry, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact,
the only difference seems to be the designated time.
as every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. Yes, now it's time to get this party fired up. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. So he's saying that he shot the doctor.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. No. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramry, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Gramry, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Interesting. Much to think about here. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.
Indeed. In magic timing,
In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went as a designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I have to fix something real quick. I just remembered this is gonna be a sad thing for me to do because it is it hurts my very heart. Pain. I checked my thing recently, and I only have 5 subscribers now, as opposed to the 10 that I had before. So they've just been expiring left and right. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? Why is he so sweaty about that? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination.
A witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick by bending steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. Mind if I continue? We had a deal with the dead is still a deal. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely... How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valiant quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket.
I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom.
Is the number of pistols really so important?
Huh, is it? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? Let's see. Oh, we don't have the bullet. Fires 1 real bullet. Rifling marks match the bullet found in the victim. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then, he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume a defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valen has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. And what might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. I dipped into German for a second. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valen, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin,
I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that two of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. This is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my use? Yes. That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Talent grammar, yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Bars. You'll see it in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of these facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valent enters the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, here right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. 11 to 11:30. Such a big window. All the other games were like, oh, this guy died at this time. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use that 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi
is easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And is the time of death determined by the doctors, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Which is to say 11:20, which I think is right. Yeah. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. I'm a little worried because they said that baseless remarks will result in a penalty, and I don't want to I don't want to press and then be penalized for pressing. I guess there's only one way to find out. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be even beyond the great Valant. For there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Grammary's sworn deposition. I snuck into his rooms that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive.
The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m.
Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15, because his partner was still in the middle of his crime.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? So he's saying that Zach would have been in the room at 11:10 and then left at 11:15, and if Magnifi died at 11:10, then that means that it must have been that it must have been his fault. But the question is, what is the question? I don't understand. Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Does that all make sense? I don't even remember what the question was. The question was, yeah, I think the question was just that Phoenix or Zach was in the room at the time of death according to the doctor that Valen is talking about. So if that's the case, then I'm corroborating it by saying what? Here. Let's see what happens if I say, oops. See what happens if I say not a problem. Do I get pinged for that? Okay, so I don't get penalized. At the appointed time, which is say 11:20, after discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. You walk in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valiant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifi the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney.
May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind.
The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. I might need help. I'd say just pull it up just in case. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiems that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney. What a pain. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. It's not in. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Oh, the needle has been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
I don't know if that's true. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was, when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Well, Mr. Wright.
I guess we'll add it. Seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well, the witness will add this detail to his testimony.
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. Did you notice the IV yourself, by any chance?
Then, when first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy, a rose, drooping and wilted, its thorn, the discarded ivy needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that ivy had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self, for always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and a trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was!
He's colorblind. I feel it right now. He's colorblind and he doesn't know what color he's wearing.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
The ivy is green, though. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Knight. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us?
Well, he said the IV, right? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Valid Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag.
What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Oh,
no! Bunnies.
Order! What does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well?
This contradiction can only mean one thing. And to sink. You almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree. At a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. But then the question is, how did he know this? As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazo MG.
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valent Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... he'd seen it before, I guess? The second and the third option kind of sound the same. He'd seen it before versus he knew the... I think it's he's seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Well, I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leaves the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Phoenix's objection soundbite is so crushed. The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait. I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Herr Wright. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
Oh, he has a point. Amateurs. I, at least, would have had some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death.
I'd tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
Valent Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was...
the victim's syringe.
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shot. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valent Grammary, As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazar! So if this is the case, why didn't he get put away?
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
I can do a little much-needed investigation work.
I say there are no objections. Court is adjourned.
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate... Yeah, Clavier looks dumb like this. You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. First of all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifique Grammary's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journals that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. The journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left... I can't see the bottom. Oh, all that is left to mine...
The court accepts this into evidence.
Read the very last part with particular care. All that is left to mine may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramity.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gramary intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramary didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends. Wow, Clavier, you're so stupid. You're the dumbest person in the world. It's clearly ripped out.
Order, 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 Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifique Gramary wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary, but if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramary. Well, how do you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with this precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
The diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. You don't have to take a close look, it's obvious as hell. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Annika, I don't believe it.
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that.
Hey, Rambo. Yeah, we're still here. We're trying to burn through this whole case.
What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
I'm assuming that is the forged evidence that led to my disbarment. Note the torn edge of the page. That's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Grammary.
No. The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Oh my god. Woo, I thought the game froze. Holy shit. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? All right. Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin.
Might I request if you put a current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. Who the hell is this?
Holding going trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is... at this point, it has to be a plant. But then who planted it? Because Trucy gave it to me, but we don't know who gave it to Trucy, right? So the issue then is who planted this forged document? Was it Christoph? What's going on, dude? Fuck. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well, and you are the witness, I gather?
Ah, yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Measham. I'm
a painter.
A painter? And you're somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se, but I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yeah. You might call it one of my works.
The regional prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Measham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so we ought to understand that this paint here is
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence! Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
Witness, Mr. Measham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That I don't know. What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal, too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. How the fuck would he have known? I feel like he should get a pass. I also think he should get a pass because I don't think that that's, like, fair at all. Because he literally just received it from, like, some random girl. So it's, like, it really is just, like, it falls down to the court system being like, okay, well, even if you didn't know, you shouldn't, like, especially if you don't know where you got your evidence from, you should not be presenting it in court. Because if you don't know where it's from, it can be a fake, it can be, like, forged, it can be manipulated. So he shouldn't have, I guess technically I shouldn't have presented it, but, I mean, there's nothing that we can do. What's he gonna say? I got it from a little girl, and they're gonna be like, well, why did you present it? Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for action. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you've wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to sink before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney? Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this!
Mr. Enningmore, the defendants have escaped. Find him, quick!
Damn, he really just said,
Poof. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Egnamar, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramery miracle! Ha 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 ha! Damn. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. And that's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Is this part 6? That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnific Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present, but let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Oh, fuck. This is very different, very interesting. Oh, that's not what I wanted. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Oh, I did play regret having to... Okay, this is just a flashback. And then he vanishes. That's like such a big baller move. To just be like, hey, you can't do anything because I don't exist. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Oh my god, it's this guy! What's the big idea? My ears.
No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here.
But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed.
Zoink? I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. The thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago?
No recollection of that, sir. For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there's only now, sir.
Meekins, that's what it is. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir.
But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing?
I'm dying over here. Ow! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
Interesting. So what am I doing here? Like, is it just in each of these sections? Do I have to like jump around to like different places, or is it just like I'm located just here?
But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me.
That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start square one, a lowly bailiff.
But your uniform.
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
So you were the one who let the magician get away that day.
A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, and then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss, and the door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So you saw someone suspicious coming your way.
Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir.
I have a diagram of the court building here.
Aha, so there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own.
Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir.
You ran into this room?
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone. Vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that! Oh, that word! Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it caused me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here.
Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched. There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
So Zach was in this room when he vanished?
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, ran inside this room.
Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Oh shit, Psylocke again. Oh, this is different. Let's see. I've like kind of forgotten how this works. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as sir.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and listen, it was impossible. Hey, what could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. What did you say? There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? Oh. Wow. He chased Mr. Hat, didn't he? I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramery. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? What? Magnifi's chart, small syringe, letter, gun, diary. Cam. Is it the crime photo? That's the only thing I can think of. Does this trick look familiar? Cam, I need your help. Ayúdame, por favor. So he ran into that room and saw something that had to do with Trucy. But the question is, what did he see? I want to say it's crime photo because I'm assuming that Trucy brought out Mr. Hat. And if that's the case, then this one kind of looks like that, but forced to look like a page of Magnifi's diary. Touch the check button for details. Ivy stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Touch the check button for details. Magnifi's chart. Diagnosed with a malignant tumor, given 3 months. Touch the check button for details. Valiant to come back at 11:20. Stage pistol. Where's Trucy? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fatal fate has switched sides, so to speak. This forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Gramery, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valiant or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Cam, where's Trucy? I need to find that bum first so I can get to, what's his name? Meekins. Meekins is key.
Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramery killed Magnifier. It's as good as he signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also,
Yes?
now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valent Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me. Verdict or no? And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner.
So I was, but only Zach Grammary followed them. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets. Bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
Maybe I can get him now, but I doubt it. I'm not any closer to this one. And that's what I'm gonna find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
I don't think I have anything. Proof of the danger as in proof of their tricks being dangerous, or proof of not killing him being dangerous? If you have proof of this danger. Try the gun.
Why, that's one of ours.
Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valence, quick draw, shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? A life was sacrificed so that this show might go on, and this shows who it was. Huh? Okay, so it's definitely not that. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. It's not the gun. Ivy stopped 10 minutes after administration. Diagnosed with a malignant tumor. Used for administering insulin shots. Letter telling Zack to come at 11:05. Letter telling Valent to come at 11:20. Well, time to fucking go look for this Trucy bitch. She's probably at right? 7 years ago, Wright & Co. law offices. So am I gonna find Trucy here, and then I can talk to her and do certain things? Her first show. 2 weeks had passed. I called her into my office. Oh, cool. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. Cam, it's not my fault she's withholding things from me, okay? She needs to just allow me to move past this part and enter the final phase. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, stay, Daddy. Okay, alright. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. She's just stealing lunch? We don't kind of go the long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I work twice as hard. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll be do just fine, Daddy. Ah, thanks.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new op-ed. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. You could literally just be friends with Pearl, I think, and it would be fine. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Grammarly.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix White, too.
Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Grammarly?
Daddy? Sure thing. Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star, Troop Grammarly. And they're big.
The Grammarys. They're on television a lot.
Big magic happened when you put Zach and Valiant Grammarly together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right down the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. I wonder what happened to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy. Even if you lied. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
Jesus, she's got a lot to say.
It's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Baby frogs called tadpoles. Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes.
Hi folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady.
Okay, now I can go body Meekins. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valen, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand delusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Phoenix!
Stop! You're fucking Miles Edgeworth.
Her name is Thalassa. Thalassa Grammarly.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mom had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy. You won't...
Don't worry. I won't vanish. I promise.
Wait, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said you have a backup plan.
I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The White Talent Agency opens tomorrow. Me and you... That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, You may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any twigs? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a twig or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Does she just live here now? Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. And that's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light.
Oh, Phoenix as a dad is so nice.
Okay, so now I go back to this fucking loser. Okay, so now I have ammunition for a couple things. Do I have to unlock the second lock again too? Yeah, I do. Fuck off. It's been so long I forgot how these work. Okay, so I know who was here. It was Trucy. And then he's gonna be like, oh, I've never seen her before. She can't be 7 feet tall. And then it's gonna be Mr. Hat. Got him.
What's that?
That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat, he really exists!
Alright, so this one's done.
I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramley exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramley, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down in your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is, sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramley, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Gramley. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. So that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, the very same Zach came into this room, but no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him,
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been all a long dream. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
The vanishing trick versus the trick vanishes. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the
beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you're standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then, all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape. Zach Gramley's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die.
I'm gonna leave you on the side of the road to die. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues.
I hate this guy so much. Please die on the side of the road. Melt like the ice cream you analogized. I don't. Leave. I hope I never see you again. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. See? I knew it! Thank God I don't have to see this guy again. Whoa. I didn't do that. Ah. Wow, this is a long section, I can tell. I can feel it in my bones. Okay, let's go to Drew's studio. Oh my god, are we gonna see young Vera? Baby Vera? Ew. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Measham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Baby Vera! Oh, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Alright. I feel like this one shouldn't be particularly difficult. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me, but your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation, forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Is the last part super long? Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I had attempted before.
I guess it would be a little... Ugh. I don't know. Cause... What was the last one? The last one was like 8 hours, I think, right? So this one might hit like 10. An optional bad ending? Okay, listen. I'm gonna need you guys to walk me through it because I don't want to hit a bad ending. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. Let's see if I can do this. So should I just get to the past of the Mason system, or should I also do the future? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, really? You have to do something in the future to finish the past? Oh, fuck. So, what's Misham hiding? I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said.
What is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psych logs.
Psycho logs? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client?
As I said in court, I do not know.
Okay, I'll try and finish both. Or, not try, I will finish both.
Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me.
As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham.
Poppycock, I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you, made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The psych logs tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility.
I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself.
Got him.
I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her.
A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
But the face was covered and they did not want to talk to me.
So, they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
That little girl might know something about him. Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Measham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please let me speak with her.
All right.
Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. Can't find them anywhere. Do I have to present something? Vera, was it? Oh. I need something to get through to this girl. You bet they sent Trucy here to pick up the document? But it's still, like, one, why would the magicians want to frame Phoenix? Two, like, yeah, no, I don't know. Trucy's definitely involved, but I think they gave her the letter in the defendant lobby and told her to bring it to Phoenix Wright. I don't think she directly was involved in, like, this part. What if I just wave the gun in her face? Okay, well, I think that's done. Trucy's the only one who would make Vera laugh? Maybe. I don't think I have enough to get through here either. But now I at least know I can answer a couple questions. Zach Gramarie's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name.
Oh, Alakazor. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Fuck. Okay, so I know in my mind how that works, but I cannot do it yet. That transition takes fucking forever. Present day Borscht Bowl Club. Fuck off. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours?
Don't mind me, I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front from my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No. It's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel, Sprite Brushel, the news reporter.
Oh, no. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this! Mr. Enigmar. Still, big baller, right? Big baller moves. You can't be. But you're Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. You there. Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. Da, I will be preparing the handout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? And exactly 3 days from now it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that, but is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already, hope you don't mind. I hardly need express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? I despise losing above all else, and so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I, you. Ugh, this is long just because it's a lot of reading. Ugh. Yeah. We played through the detention center? How do you do that? Just passing shit through the window? Oh, I guess they just let me in to, like, actually talk to him. I thought there was always the glass thing in the middle. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. I'd only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy! She's in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. I like that people just don't question that either. Like, they walk into the hideout and they, like, see this little 8-year-old girl there and they're just like, that's fine, that's normal. Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Grammary. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power's genetic? It's just in the Grammary blood or something? Blood. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders, and it is nothing you need to know at this time. Do I have enough evidence here to be able to answer this guy's questions? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. You were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifique Grammari's signature, isn't it? Give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Zach Grammary. It's weird that they just like use each other's magician names. I don't think that's legally binding. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? Pistol, Thalas's portrait, and Apollo's profile. Okay, yeah. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. Oh, this is just a flashback. I don't have to read this. Damn it, I gotta do 1, 2, 5 more? Fuck. It's so weird that, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, all of my questions are probably going to be answered, like, at the end after I figure out all of this, but it's still just so bizarre to me that he was just like, yeah, no, I'm going to let this entire attorney get fired just because I don't want to get caught. Bizarre. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammarly? I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grammary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder, I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think that they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grammarly has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack, I do not know. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. But how would I know? My chances are slim, and it would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. So is he related to them? What the hell? This boy? His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney? Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices.
Edgeworth.
So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Thalassa's portrait? Is this the portrait? Hold on. He's wearing the locket. Oh no, his locket has... This is like weird time travel stuff now. The mind has disconnected. You did say that I wouldn't laugh if I knew the facts, right? Fuck. Few magicians will tell you they're going to produce a dove, then take off their hat. It's almost more effective to not reveal your hand in advance, Mr. Wright. I have to get it from Brushel, so I have to talk to fucking Brushel again? God! It's bringing all the shitty characters. First Meekins, now fucking Brushel. The greatest of Magnifi Grammarly something. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter, That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir. Ah, here you go.
What's this? A letter, passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here, as a witness. But, I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides.
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone wants to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention, all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy just inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. This case? Yes. I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammary. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valant Grammary. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking at Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. How do I talk to Brushel? How do I talk to Brushel? What the hell? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say?
I know. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammar, only daughter, end quote.
Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach? Brushel, you say too much.
Wait, why am I the bad guy? Why?
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? As you said, I have come out of hiding today, make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation to think a mere lawyer might be out here, pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. Jesus. It's a fucking game. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen, and nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin. Dealer,
Nah,
you will be witness to our competition.
nah, it is honor for me.
Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Grammary knew. But how? And why? Does it unlock another one for me? Oh. Oh, that's right, it's not finished. Solitary Cell 13. Where do I talk to Brushel? Good God. I can only guess who this is. And would you look at that? There's a yellow envelope on the table. Where else have we heard a yellow envelope? Oh, that's right. Something that Drew Measham sent out before his untimely death. Well, well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin, is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the offense that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours, and I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grammary. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours could lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Grammary pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I don't know why I gave him that judge's voice. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant.
Ooh, yeah, big stretch.
Oh, fuck. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. It's because he's a prosecutor. If Edgeworth had ever gone to prison for any reason at all whatsoever, you think he wouldn't have also asked for a bookshelf? Interesting. Those are different. Okay. I need assistance. Okay. Let's do that. And, I'm pulling up a walkthrough just because I want to, like, speed through this part, because it seems like there's a lot, and I don't want to keep you guys here forever. Disappearing trick, present day, present day. Okay, so do this. So I finished his. Meekins again. Defendant lobby 2 complete. Present has now been unlocked. Borscht Bowl Club. Transfer of rights. 7 years. Present Trucy's locket. Looks like we'll talk with Kristoff. You automatically go back to the menu. Enter solitary cell 13. Yeah, it seems like it. Talk to Kristoff. Examine what looks like nail polish right next to the roses. Kristoff is very big with appearances, so he does his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. I've considered doing my nails, because maybe that would stop me from biting them so much, but, I don't know what color would look good on me, so I don't. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look first rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Yeah, a lot of dudes just do standard black, but that's like basic e-boy shit. I'm not an e-boy. I'm a himbo. Come on. And search and go to the Past the Drew studio. Woo! Scary. Da-da-da-da-dum. Pan right and examine Vera's desk. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. You will zoom in, examine the tiny frame. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zach and Valen. The Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore, now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Two of them. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Then I'll go back and then present the stamp. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp... great magicians, aren't they? Isn't True Grammary amazing? Yes. Oh. I especially like those two, Zach and Valen. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic. You know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. All right, she's talking. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammarly Museum of Magic. The Grammarly Museum? They have one of those? Crazy that a small little magician's troupe like that is popular enough to not only have their own commemorative stamp, but also an entire museum dedicated to them. Like, what level of insane magic do you have to do that people are that, like, I guess, like, infatuated with you? All right, and deep. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been... well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact.
Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. I don't remember if I gave her a British accent when she's older. I just know that I was very, like, soft-spoken and quiet. So you did this too? Oh, yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. I guess no one told her. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean true Grammary? Of course, of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. So you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. So, fuck what they told you. Give me the deets. Bink. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listened to me. To my problem. The problem? And it keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm? That your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Bink, bonk, bink. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. Technically, you didn't tell me. I figured it out, so we're good. Don't worry about it. The bottle's still gonna work. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think They might be the devil. Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it. Or I think I saw it when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where'd you see this devil, then? It was so quick. I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. That's kind of terrifying, actually. I am sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grammary. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then, too, Vera. Oh. Okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. She saw the devil? Are we just glossing over that? I feel like we're just glossing over the fact that this little baby girl literally saw the devil, and we're just gonna pretend that ghosts don't exist in this game, apparently. So this one, I know the first two. If I have danger, it's the gun. Who the fuck is the devil? I don't see the devil. I feel ghosts. It's different. If I saw the devil, I think I would have died long ago. Troop Grammary's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not in merely the latest craze, we were in age. A golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Ugh. Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valen's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? There has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see it in your eyes. You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over the both of you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zach Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and then two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! Damn. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The master, Magnifi Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was. An accident! Zack and Valid's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward that beautiful body on stage, and then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist, and tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye, a passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valiant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform for his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter, but do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken the mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room, doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten, but in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It is no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea of who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Cool. I figured it was gonna auto push me to the future, or the present, I guess. Oh.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Well, of course I remember you. Journalist Misha, ex-attorney at bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Measham was poisoned and his daughter's...
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know. Oh, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd track down case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zach Grabbery was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character, what a man! If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges.
Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, you serious? Well, I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions that other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. It was tragic.
It was tragic what happened to Drew Measham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Measham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls of ears, potatoes of eyes, end quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Well, why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Oh.
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifi Grammary?
No, before that. But not widely known.
You mean the accident? During the quick draw shoot 'em practice.
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little poppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Yeah.
Valen Grammary did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifi Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter, too, of course. Thalassa, was it?
Really?
Then Thalassa disappeared. Quite suddenly at that. And Magnifi wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see?
Zach Grammary.
Something strange with the air over at Troop Grammary in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciples scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant.
Drew Measham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago, but I felt it too. Journalist, sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grammary got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, huh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifi Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent?
So Valent waited until Zach died. Legally, at least.
The time finally comes, and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning.
He's getting ready for a show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know?
If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love, too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. Two disciples and their mentor's only daughter. Wood has three sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle.
That is pretty classic.
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she
dies. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife, Thalassa Grammary.
Magnifi Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know?
That's a little weird, dude. That's like you had no relation to this lady and you're just carrying around a picture of her.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote.
What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? Her first husband who died on stage?
Yup. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child? Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure. I can be generous on occasion, you know.
Shut up, bitch. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can, and I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi, and with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene?
Magnifi told me once, back when Zach married Thalassa. He said Zach had good eyes, but not good like a Grammary's eyes, not that good.
Who knows? Who knows what the Grammary secret was?
Maybe nobody now that Zach's gone.
Zach Grammary. I hate him too. I hate doing his voice too. Also, I will put money down on this. Apollo Justice is Thalassa's other child. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Grammary to Thalassa, to the next generation, and I would once again need to meet. The one who bridged it all together. I have to be right. I have to be right because like there's no other reason that he would have the perception power that the Grammarys do. Okay, and then apologizes his profile. I'm like almost entire. No, I'm gonna stand by it. I am 100% sure that Apollo Justice is a Grammary. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammarys as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. See? Fucking got him, dude. Those bracelets stand out. They're a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Fucking got him. This strange power. I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Grammary line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension, without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes. The bracelets. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what'll come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt. Once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grammary power reacts to tension in others. When a Grammary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped, if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Grammarys can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something? Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You are talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifi Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifi Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack, though I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Bah! I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then?
Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot
you in the forehead instead,
then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day.
It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Grammary was killed. And I am out of water. Fuck, my voice is so tired. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zach Gramery, murdered my mentor, Magnifique Gramery. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Gramery. Bro, my mouth smells like shit. It's because I fucking sweat so much. I need to start putting like plastic wrap on this bitch or something. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. I fucked that up. Ugh. Long time no see, Mr. Valiant. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press, so I've got nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifique's repertoire? Do not be deceived! Valiant's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way, Zach Gramery. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Gramery murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if 'twere only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here must I stand smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifique's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about these miracles. Not as long as I have this. And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramery seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifique's miracles. What? Zach Gramery. He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. That's one broken. You're not the only one with that problem.
But he shot Magnify. Yes, it was Zach. It was. And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into darkness.
Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramarye shot Magnify? Was that why you testified?
Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out.
All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Gramarye? Zach Gramarye wrote one more thing before passing on.
This is a confession.
In which he admits to the killing of Magnify Gramarye. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Damn. This is just so many things to unpack. I just keep pulling them out of a bag. It's my opinion that Zach Gramarye killed no one.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 received instructions to kill, but if 1 is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, it is true.
Did you shoot Magnify Gramarye in the forehead?
If I had and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnify's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me.
So Valiant Gramarye did kill the great Magnify.
So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor.
But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple, such as,
I don't know, Knack and Talent Gramarye, maybe?
Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now.
He killed himself. Wow. So Magnify Gramarye committed suicide.
You will find it hard to believe.
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke with Magnify Gramarye?
Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnify transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Gramarye, not me.
I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology. My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
Your crime?
You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan.
He wanted to die by one of your hands.
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart.
The demon.
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room, which was,
IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnific called me back. And then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnific Grammary. Killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. So, Magnifi was just kind of a dick. He was just like, oh, even when I'm dead, I want my fucking disciples to just hate each other. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? Yeah, Magnifi's the worst. He hid his daughter's death, and then just let his two disciples basically duke it out for the rest of their lives. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. Hang on, I'm going to grab my water from my bed. Because I desperately need water. Sorry, I realized that was really close to the mic. I hope that wasn't super gross for you guys. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come again when I meet my partner, Zack Grammary. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Grammary, Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, he's no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. The last place. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Measham. I was right. Not reading his voice. this is the last letter that Drew Measham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. See if this atroconine spray finds anything. What, he just dipped the whole thing? So this was Drew Measham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar? In jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Measham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right. Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Ew. Why is he swelling like that? Damn. That's been a camera this whole time? We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it's time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Holy shit, dude. My God. Okay, so let's see. So let me just cruise through. This trial doesn't seem super long, but I can tell it's just gonna be a lot of like dialogue. So I'm gonna just cry about it. Okay, so I think I just saved, right? How do I save? How do I save? Can I like save again or can I not? Do I just have to like save state or something? Yeah, I'll just save state just in case. Enter button. Negative. It's okay. I save stated, so it should be fine. Not to say that, you know, save stating. Yeah, I'm playing on a DS. It's fine. I'll just close it and I'll go to sleep. Ooh, God, we're getting spicy with it. So this is the last case of Apollo Justice, and who knows how long this this last trial section is gonna take. But okay. So next Saturday, actually, part of me is tempted to just like take tomorrow off and then just finish it, but I also kind of want money, and I haven't been paid from last week yet, so I guess I have to go in and fucking suffer. So, I'll resume it on Saturday, on the first, you know, stream day, and I'm gonna just finish the last trial case and finish all of that, and then just be done for the day. So it might only be like a few hours or so. It's not gonna be like a super long stream like the rest have been, but then after that on Monday, then I start Investigations 1. And then we get to just be sexy Miles Edgeworth the whole time. It's going to be great. It's going to be sexy. It's going to be cool. So, yeah. Thank you all for tuning in today. I appreciate the support. It was a long one again, and it might have been even longer if Kay wasn't here to say stop. But thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the support. Thank you everyone for lurking. Thank you everyone for participating, and thank you for all the help. Thank you, Matthew, for the $5.69. That's gonna be going to my friend to help him with repairs and stuff. I'm gonna try and save up a little bit more first before I send it to him, just because I don't want to send him $5.69 and be like, no, that's all I have. Sorry. I want to look like I'm cooler than that. But thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the attention, and I will see you all next week on Saturday. I think that should be fine. Saturday's the 26th. Yeah, so the day after Christmas. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I definitely need to go into work tomorrow, because I'm only working 2 days this week, Tuesday and Wednesday, because Thursday and Friday I'm taking off for Christmas, and then, yeah. Cool. Well, thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you all on Saturday, probably a little more rotund, because I'm indubitably going to eat a lot for Christmas. I want to eat a lot on the 24th. I'm going to eat a lot on the 25th. It's going to be great. We're going to tear through it on the 26th, and I'm so excited to see the end of this game. This game has been one of the surprisingly longer ones of the original, of like the Phoenix Wright DS series, but I almost said it was my favorite, but I'm gonna kind of hold back on that, just because the perception thing, the perception like mini game or whatever is a little bit grueling. Just because, like, how the fuck am I supposed to see that guy sweating? How am I supposed to see Lemira swallowing? It's just stuff like that that's very, very difficult. They could have made that maybe a little bit easier for me, because I'm a little baby gamer. But point aside, it's definitely one of my favorites so far. They've all been incredible. So we'll see if anything happens to, push it further, in my opinion, with the final trial of the final case of Apollo Justice. So once again, thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you all next week on Saturday. And it's a lot easier in the 3D games because their models do it. Wait, this is a thing that returns? I thought this was just an Apollo Justice thing. It comes back? Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Oh no. Oh no. I hate the way that those comments sound. I'm not excited, but hopefully if it's easier, then it's fine. If Apollo Justice is part of the team, I thought Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies were both Phoenix Wright again. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, no spoilers. Okay, but yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the support, and I will see you all next week on Saturday for the final part of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Bye, and thank you, Matthew, for the 569. Bye. Have happy holidays for everyone too, because I'm not gonna see you before then. So happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. like ham. Thanks. I got it for cream milk. I got it for cream milk. I got a lot of snacks for Christmas, snacks that I'm not gonna bring in here, but look at this little sticker I got. It's a dragon, but it's gay. I tried to unpeel it so I could stick it on my tea hydro flask. I was unable to do so. Let's see. I did Twitter. I guess I should open the game. So happy together. So happy together. Sorry, I got distracted by Instagram stories. The last case of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. That's not how you spell attorney. That's how you spell attorney. Make that a little bit smaller. Hey, it's germs. Let's put that down there. Can I include links in this? It doesn't look like it. Perhaps I'm just a little unskilled, for I cannot figure out for the life of me how to do that. And now, okay, my server has pinged. That's the fastest Me6 has worked ever. Hang on. Okay. Woo! Woo! I thought that I hadn't saved. So I thought when I saw him pop up with this cool little binary background, I thought that meant that I was gonna have to do that whole little digital part again. I was gonna cry. We've got the usual, some Sonic P-Tring's G Fuel entering my gullet, so I have some energy to pretend like I'm alive. Actually, before we even get started, how were my people's what do you call them? Holidays. Did everybody enjoy their little holidays? Did everybody enjoy their times with their families amidst the time of Corona? Jesus Christ. Why is it chugging so bad? Why am I chugging so bad? This Sonic P-Tring's G Fuel is actually fucking godlike. This is, if there were a juice that were just this flavor, I would fucking buy it. How was everyone's holiday? What gifts did you get? How did you spend it? Did you enjoy your time with your family, or was it perhaps it was just another day for you? You know what I didn't do in the entire span of this game? I didn't use any... I barely used any accents. I didn't use my default ones. I didn't use my shitty little Irish one or my Australian one. I just used boring old British accent. My holidays were good. Thank you guys so much for asking. I got a lot of snacks. I got just an absolute metric fuck ton of snacks. I got like these shortbread cookies. I got myself some saltine crackers. I got some corn silk tea, which is by far my favorite kind of tea. Besides Genmaicha slaps my tits. Got some peanut brittle, which is so fucking good. See's Candy Peanut Brittle is incredible. My god. I did not expect it to be that good, but I took a one bite and my oral fixation was just like, on God, sir, it's over. It's over. Keep eating. And then I got these peanuts. Smoked Gouda and black pepper, rich and savory. It's gourmet peanuts. Alright, that's enough of that. I don't think anybody's listening. It's fine. Are you ready to begin? I don't know, man. This has been such an interesting lead up into the last case. Also, Luca, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure if you're someone who knows me or if you're someone who just stopped by, but I do appreciate the follow very much. You're just in time to watch the last case, the last trial. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. Court
is now in session for the trial of Vera Measham.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution's ready to rock, yeah?
Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Measham's condition?
Acute atropine poisoning. According to her physician, I pull out all. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Lynn. She could die at any time. I pull out all the stops. All the stops in regards to what? Sus, her absence from the courtroom today. The voices? Hell yeah, I'm a voice actor. What do you want from me? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. No. It's... Teresa, you're 15. Do you know what that word means? Do you know what bureaucratic means? I don't know if you do. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and expedience tell us this. There she is. Look at her. In all her glory. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. Not gonna let the trial be canceled or not gonna let her die, dude? I think your priorities are a little switched. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm gonna get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. So who are we trying to indict now? I guess we're trying to indict Christoph Gavin?
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
The prosecutor's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Measham succumb to poison? Because she's a pussy. Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. In his opening statement? But Vera was poisoned with atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being as a killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by.
Oh, that is true.
The judge doesn't even know what fucking atroquinine is, and he's like, yeah, I know where to get it, for sure, dude. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Joyce, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
I said shut the fuck up! What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. I also got chapstick. I don't know if I mentioned that. I got chapstick. Because my girlfriend was like, your lips are dry as shit, ugly. And I was like, I'm so sorry. And so she got me some chapstick. She didn't actually say that. I don't think... She's not here to defend herself, so I can't just say things like that. The defense holds that Vera Measham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court, giving her testimony before us. And then she passed the fuck out. What? Why are you victim blaming her? How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Coffee. Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was.
The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Measham was poisoned.
I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which to hit... Oh. I mean... I don't think it matters. Ooh, pause. I think the nail polish probably has it in it. 2, 3 pages. Is this Drew Measham? Yeah, that's Drew Measham's. Letter from Measham. Poison traces found in the stamp. Notebook page. Commemorative stamp. Huh. I guess we could hit who first, right? Perhaps. Perhaps. Bonsoir. I don't know what that means. Who did it and how? Which they hit first. I guess we'll say how. Just because it's the first little option, the first little button for me to push. How did the killer poison Vera Measham? I will focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Measham?
Yes, Your Honor. I swear to God it's the nail polish bottle. I swear to God, bro.
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand.
I'm gonna kill the judge in cold blood. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Oh! Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish.
Like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails? Bold of you to assume the judge knows women, period. I'm like more shocked that he's married than the fact that he apparently does not understand that humans just do not innately have colored nails.
My wife has red nails. Oh, I see. So she's been painting them all this time.
Apollo's like, please, someone come get their mans. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Was she biting her nails?
Court is now back in session.
Oh, she is. She'd be munching on that shit. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails.
I didn't even remember that. I just knew it was the bottle. Felt it in my bones. Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Ugh, I keep burping. Fuck.
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice!
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish?
Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Measham? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? Mr. Gavin? You gonna fuck me or not? No, just checking.
Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor.
Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Measham with her nail polish?
Christoph Gavin, get this bitch out of my sight!
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
What are you gonna do? Defend your brother? Shut up, idiot. What's your game? My brother. There's no way he could do a thing like that. That you know of! You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. Damn, that was kind of a banger. He got that.
But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. I think there's a double space right there between brother and doesn't. You can kind of see it. That's weird.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison.
I'm here. I'm queer. Ah, Your Honor. How nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. Jesus. And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit, I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vermisha was poisoned. Atroquinine, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
I've got a bookshelf in my prison cell. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier, maybe you can explain this. No, you're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah, and you agree with his accusation, do you?
Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant Vera Measham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
I'm gonna beat your ass. With my hands. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too? I'm gonna present the letter on the last statement, because yes, you did, bitch.
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Meashams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? You shut the fuck up.
Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why? Oh, fuck. My bracelet is moving. What could his subtle thing be? Tell me, is this nail polish expensive? Ariadne is a nail polish of the highest order. Not only is it fabulously expensive, but it is made in extremely limited quantities. And you and Vera just happen to both use it? That can't be a coincidence. I'm guessing it's not a coincidence. Huh? It's simple. Ariadne is the best nail polish one can buy, correct? Then, if one wanted the best nail polish, one would buy it.
No, that makes sense.
You don't even know nail polish exists. Keep your fucking beard out of this.
Why, it's a bit like my feelings toward my brand name gavel here.
And my silk top hat.
Please, continue with your tasteful testimony.
Can't you still make contact with the outside world in solitary? So he had an accomplice on the outside. Is this your latest accusation? I am allowed a certain modicum of letter writing. But the contents of those papers are closely checked. It would be extremely difficult to send a hit request. Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he? Yeah. You think so too, Trucy? I bet I know why. He must be nervous with Big Brother watching. Maybe that's a weakness I can turn to my advantage. Are we cool with that? May I continue? What's the meaning? Gay boy? The defendant is not dead yet. Stop saying that.
It's almost like we can hear her voice. Whatever will we do?
There are no known cases of someone surviving a troponin poisoning. You seem to know a lot about a troponin.
And what of it?
I know a lot about a lot of things. Hi, Kay. Which is why I suggest we pick up the pace. Or else you'll be short one defendant for what she's worth. She's worth a lot. Stop.
The witness will refrain from speaking ill of the ill.
My apologies. Shall I continue? I'm doing good. How are you? How were your holidays? I woke up this morning feeling a little stuffy, so my voice is suffering a little bit. But, feeling alright. Sipping on some tea, hoping to kind of clear everything out. Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails? The answer's quite simple. Basically, allow me to explain, beginning with why did she do it? The answer's quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt. Next, why did she use nail polish to poison herself? This, too, is simple. So she could die doing something that she liked. That's a questionable one. Something that she liked? Once she saw that the trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it's not easy to bring poison into a courtroom. Must I explain further?
I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear.
Wow, the two brothers together is like a two-man wrecking team. They could use a little more teamwork, though. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning my father, too. I'm great. My holidays were awesome. Did a VTuber stream. Wow. Did you have the model, or were you just, like, guest starring on somebody else's VTube stream? That really can't be a coincidence.
Objector!
The defense is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's crime.
Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof.
I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. Though he is acting different than usual. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something, as long as I focus. Okay, so owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest that I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. I mean, you were guest starring, but you also had your own model from VOD Hub. Wow. I've considered getting like a VTuber model, but I don't know if that would really change anything about the quality of my stream. I don't know if people would be more willing to look at a VTuber model as opposed to a real life person. Okay, so I think it's this one that I have to perceive on, and it's probably him pushing up his dumb fuck glasses. I say as I push up my glasses. Because he is responsible for poisoning her father. Get fucked on, idiot. Look at his angry eyes. Jesus. Get fucked, loser. Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. I didn't pick the right one. There is that finger pointing at me so rudely. Oh, the center of that hand? And that desperate gleam in your eyes. It's quite disturbing, actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic. Which is why you cling to your dubious power. I'm gonna shit down your neck, Kristoff! Oh, whoa, whoa! What the fuck is that? Hold on. What the fuck? Where did this come from? Fuck. So it's not the right word. I guess it... Poisoning? But I thought it just had to be the highlighted, or the gray part. You aren't going to suggest I poisoned her father too, are you? Oh, God! Whoa! That was awful. I hated that. It was you who killed Drew Measham. That was a whole ass skull. What the fuck? I hated that. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the... Oh my God. Vera Measham, when she was a kid, 7 years ago, she saw a devil appear next to him. And let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Measham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. You just need your own delicate lips. Aha, then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Measham was killed on October 6th. while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But whoa, come on, don't chug on me. Thank you for the 75 bits. Oh, that's a cute little icon. Corgo75, I love that. But you found a way all the same, and I found it too. This is how you poison Mr. Measham. Take that! I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Measham died, he was seen writing a letter. A troqueline was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So, am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. Sorry, I burped in the middle of that. I kind of killed the effect, I think. Imagine, like, actually burping in court, though. Like, imagine, like, going through this whole, like, insane monologue of, like, what happened, just to, like, paint the picture, and you just, like, burp or, like, yawn in the middle of it. Killed. Immediately. The jury is out. I would, if I were an actual lawyer and I did that shit in court, I would just leave. I'd be like, client, so sorry. I am disbarring myself.
Poison on the back of that stamp.
After Drew Measham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Measham write you a letter. That's how you killed him.
What?
My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. Visceral reaction.
Well, that's the thing, after he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
Lynn, don't do this. Not a hottie. His desk drawer?
Yes, stamp, so-called postage stamp, end quote.
Ugh. Yeah. He's brushing his teeth. He spends all that time brushing his teeth when he should be brushing up on his social skills. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case, yes.
Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence.
He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder.
I love the way his mouth goes. Like at the end of his like stressed sprite, when it just turns into that weird little like teardrop shape. Love that for him. Really, Clavier. You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. Shut up. How could anyone have known Mr. Measham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin, locked away in his cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say.
You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff. I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with the bluff. You were, Christoph.
Hey, what are you saying? It's your brother. Don't be foolish.
Herr Forehead, What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Measham, yeah? To which my brother responded sassily. There was no way to know when Measham would use that stamp.
That's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Measham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice.
What?
You accuse me of Drew Measham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo, motive. He's talking about a motive.
Indeed. It's hard to say how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. That's not even half. I'm not scared.
Well, Mr. Justice.
Understood, Your Honor. I like to present evidence.
Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Measham?
What does his letter say? What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Measham? I'm assuming it's this. Forged to look like a page of McNiffy's diary. Oh, wait. No, this is the forged evidence. Oh, wait. I could probably present that, though. Measham's autopsy report. Contains 2 sheets of writing paper. Mr. Drew Measham, I've deposited da-da-da-da-da. Send a receipt. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Measham? Forgery. Forged evidence. Right? No. Yeah. It would be the forged evidence, right? Because he forged it, got Phoenix Wright out, and then wanted to kill Drew Measham so that he didn't tell anybody. But he didn't even know. What, just on the off chance? What reason did Christoph Gavin? Okay, bye, Lynn. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. I hope to see... I'm doing all of Ace Attorney from now until I'm done. All of the 3DS games, all of the games. So if you want to come back for any of them, you know, just let me know or just pop in whenever. I stream Saturday through Monday. So I look forward to seeing you again. 2 options for this one. You've looked at both of them. Bye, Queen. Okay, Kay, if you say that I've got two options for this one and I've looked at both of them, then I'm going to assume that it's the notebook page. Because the other thing that I looked at was... Oh, wait. Is that the letters? But I don't know what this letter says. When we consider why the stamp came to Drew Measham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Measham accepts his first job, creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnific Grammary's diary.
Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge. Yes. This was the evidence he presented. To his loss, of course. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter?
Mr. Drew Measham, I've deposited $100,000 in the designated account.
This is the first page, and this is the second. I learned how to count very recently.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Measham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Measham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery.
To keep them from talking?
But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Herr Forehead, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Measham was none other than Phoenix Wright. That's not what I'm getting at. Stop! Sorry, but that's not how this is gonna go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. It was the day before. Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Eddingmar's previous defense attorney? No. This can't all be... But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin.
Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this witness? I defend the former lawyer.
Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult, yes. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Herr Forehead, are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence! Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier, just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case! He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin's fucking dying. Prosecutor Gavin is... He has appendicitis. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Measham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Measham 7 years ago. Prove it.
It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not... Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for penalty.
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion?
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice...
Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Measham. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Measham.
Oh, God. It's definitely this, but the fact that it's like my entire health bar makes me fucking sweat. This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Ah, fuck.
Mr. Wright's handwriting, what is the meaning of this?
Ah, I see now. Yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please.
The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice.
But the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole useful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Save? Oh, God bless. So, excuse me? Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, her forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I'd tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. He's so ugly like this. I like him so much better with long hair. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Hairlight? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you call in Drew Measham. It was almost as if... what? Funny. It didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Oh, correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Christoph? Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Ah. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But, in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. Which would have included McNiffy's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin?
My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramery. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix, right? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramery both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Measham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Gramery's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. He's pure of heart? Who? Christoph? Christoph's pure of heart? I beg to differ. Oh, Phoenix? Oh, 100%. Phoenix does not have enough brain cells to not be pure of heart. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled. When the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years.
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said. Every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grammer got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
Wait just a minute. Zach Grammer was seen by this reporter? How was that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramery, gone missing for 7 years, Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
No, the details don't really matter right now, but you're literally wrong, but I'm not going to correct you. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramery. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. She's a fucking baller.
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnific Gramery's death started it. Magnific Gramery's death, and his student Zach Gramery, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Measham.
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. A trochonin. Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Measham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish. Of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Measham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails.
Oh,
that nail polish was her good luck charm. She was
almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client. The one who wanted that note made. Why do I keep yawning? I've got G Fuel in my system, man!
It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. You're not going fucking anywhere. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. Back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves the link between him and the atrocities that took Drew Measham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gramery to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive? Okay, then why'd you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Measham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now.
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Measham who is on trial here.
No, but you were doing so good, Apollo.
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Measham innocent.
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Measham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. Evidence is everything. There is nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor,
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for no judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. What is it? Shift F1. Jurists, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of joke? What could we possibly gain from doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers.
Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Nonsense. There is only room for two in this court, me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in court. Actually, they're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. Oh. Wow. He popped off at that one. Oh, he's ugly now. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You'd let ignorant swine soil your courts. Kristoff, it's over. Clavia, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with its contradictions.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing, nurturing it as our task as human beings.
Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday I'll know what law is, and I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Measham accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Measham. However, several other incidents were reviewed and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court, for the death of Drew Measham, how do you find the defendant Vera Measham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
Interesting.
This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Measham is currently in intensive care.
If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Measham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all.
Please, wait.
Yes, jurist number 6?
There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists.
That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case.
With the development of the case,
I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Measham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Is that? Guilty as bad end. Yeah, I mean, but she's not guilty. So, also, is my... I feel like the image, the shadow that popped up is Lemira. Yeah, Lemira, right? I don't know if that's like supposed to be like a thing. Huh. I mean, the bad end would basically just be her being guilty and then going to jail. So I'm just gonna say I'm gonna follow my heart. Yeah. Oh, it's supposed to be a thing. Okay. Well, she's not guilty. She did not poison. Yeah. Oh my god. You're fucking joking. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Measham opened her eyes. Phoenix Wright just didn't clean up after himself. He just left, and they were like, okay, whatever. Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about, what if Vera... Hey now, don't you start crying too. Sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much. Apollo, thank you. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world, to see things with your own eyes. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. Gives me the fucking nail polish. Wow! That's so cute. I love it. Thanks. And I'm gonna get a dorky one. Is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy. Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure you'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? She is. She's fucking adorable. You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day when he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Truce, but know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You are the next Grammary, after all. Oh, yeah. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't... Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know, Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. No, it's a new daddy. Wait, is it? The last Grammary is pretty light, isn't she? Oh, I guess I don't have her. Doesn't Thalassa have like a very pale skin color? Oh, maybe I just mislooked. She's got the same like skin tone as Phoenix. It's definitely a little bit like colorist, but I think it can kind of be excused because you don't want to give away the fact that she's not Phoenix's daughter until like until it like comes to light. I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic Underwear better, too. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. Yeah, it's... Oh, she's actually paler than Phoenix. So, your memory's returned. Mrs. Wright, was this all a part of your plan, too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lemirua. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course, it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This, too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. Yeah, it's the Zelda Tetra situation was really bad because it was like, oh, people of color can't be a princess kind of thing. But I feel like this one is kind of a subversion thing because it's like it's not that like Trucy goes through like any kind of transformation or anything. She's just Trucy the whole time, and then we find out later that she is just like not actually Phoenix's daughter. Whereas like for the Zelda Tetra thing, I feel like it could have been either Zelda is also the same skin tone as Tetra, or they just didn't make Tetra a POC in the first place. This one's a little on the fence. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. This sprite of Apollo, kind of nice. I remember meeting him half a year ago in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I don't think I've ever seen fan art of Trucy Wright, so I cannot speak to that. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. "10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Measham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice! I know there's something. I know there's something after the... Just kidding. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grammary? Frankly, I got my doubts. But Hat Grammary, now that'll pack 'em in. Oh, that's chugging. It's not every day you get a trial that rock harder than one of your gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The governors are breaking up. The news caused the run on t-shirts at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Yeah, very crusty. Crust. I love my favorite pizzas, stuffed crust. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. Are you guys seeing that like weird little like static thing that like shows up when it gets crusty, like right here? It's like kind of like over there, really. But it's just like the bottom half of the screen. A lot of crust. So, I was standing around eating snackoos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although, the preservatives might not be 100% safe. God, it's so crusty. In an unlikely event you're wanting a Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than a restaurant is borscht. But if greater challenge is being required... She's kind of sexy like this, I'm not gonna lie. Then come to the hideout. You know who they ask for. There was crust. A visual crust. Please, God, I just want to see the ending scene. I want to see them reunite. So, Kitaki pastry is getting back to its Eastern roots. Spread the culture. Yo, boss! Culture time. This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss! PR time! I forgot what voice I gave her. And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Whew, kids. Crust. Not enough cheese with all this crust. Question. Crust is obviously the outside of the pizza. However, it also connects to the breading under the cheese and the sauce and all that. So, is the under part of pizza, that bread part, is that also considered crust, or is it just pizza? Wow, that one was super crusty. I was trying to see if I could remove the save and maybe like hopefully clear it up a little bit, but guess not. Why is this picture section so crusty? And then the actual like 3D elements from like various cases and stuff were just fine. Wesley Sicko? No, not curiosity. You're a panty thief, homie. That's why you're a sicko. Emulators? I'm not using an emulator. I would never dream of such a thing. I would never disrespect a company like that. I don't know how to thank you all for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. So are we going to see them meet? I would like to see them meet. I would like to see mother and child reunite. Is he interviewing Kristoff? Maybe it's crusty because this entire thing is 3D modeled. Like each picture, the table, like all those animations. And I'm sure that like as it passes on to the next one, like it's not a picture that it's like falling onto. It's like all of those models and then another model is entering. But then I think if that were the case, then it would be like even laggier. It would like be progressively laggier with each additional picture. But I guess that's not necessarily the case. Shutakumi! Aw, that's so cute. I like that Mr. Hat is there too, because it's like her dad. Oh, so I just So that's it. Wow. All right. Well, let's see. Let's discuss. We are not starting another one today because I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to run that risk because I don't know how long it's gonna be. Let's see. The perception. I like this game a lot. Don't get me wrong. I of course love all of the Ace Attorney games. However, the perception tactic in this one was kind of mean. I'm just gonna say it like that, just because like some of those things were fucked up. Like some of them were so incredibly subtle, and I was just like, how do you expect me to have eyes at all for any of this? So it's like definitely loved it to pieces. I loved that game so much. But god damn, that thing could have been nicer about it, you know? But that's like my primary complaint. The cases themselves were all pretty good. The third case, as all of us know full well, Phoenix Wright suffers, or the Ace Attorney series suffers from, third case sucks syndrome. And I think that is definitely the case with this one too. However, it is, well, I don't think it's the worst case that we've had. I think the Steel Samurai one was definitely one of the rougher ones because it was just a lot of like running around doing like bullshit. And then the payout just like wasn't good enough to make you like forget about that. It was very much still just like, wow, this fucking sucked to get to this point. Clown one. I fucking hated the clown one. I think I just repressed that memory and just forgot about it because that one was actually bad. I'm like clearing shit out on my desktop because my C drive is dying. My C drive is 4.5 gigabytes out of 104. My D drive is like half full. But I want to clear out my C drive a little bit so I can exist a little bit better. But yeah, the Clown one was the worst one by far because I hated all of those characters, and also Mo the Clown made me just want to like gouge my eyes out. The Spark Brushel also pretty bad, just awful, like as a whole. But yeah, this, I don't know. If I had to pick one out of all four of these games, Phoenix Wright and Trials and Tribulations, Justice for All, and then Apollo Justice, I don't know if I could feasibly pick a favorite. I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard to pick a favorite, but the last case of this one and the SL6 case were both fucking phenomenal. And Kay, I know you love Clavier. I know you do. But I'm so sorry. Clavier does not hold a fucking candle to Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth has a power that is untouched by Clavier Gavin. Miles Edgeworth could pound my cheeks into dust, and I would say thank you. Except he's a bottom, so. Let's see. So tomorrow is gonna be a podcast day, and then we start Investigations 1. Speaking of Miles Edgeworth, we start that on Monday, so that'll be fun. And if I have to give a rating to Apollo Justice, I would say 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Because I would give it like an 8 out of 10, but the cases were all good when you're going through them, but none of them jumped out as me and like stayed in my mind as much as the cases from like the other games. So I feel like it's kind of hard. I did really like the way that they ran the 4th and final case. And there's also a lot of like lore that they just drop in that one. But the tutorial case was Phoenix Wright and Slim Shady. Second case was the Lamirua one. Third case was wait, no, was the third case the Lamirua one? I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just like it doesn't pop out, but it's a good game. I liked it a lot. The perception concept definitely ruins some parts for me, but it's a good thing that it doesn't detract from your health, or else I would have lost a lot more. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 I think is a solid score to give it. I think the first 3, the Phoenix Wright ones, I think I would give probably an 8 out of 10 tops. I don't know. Something Maya and Pearl just kind of had more character than Trucy, I feel like. Trucy just felt the same as them, which made it feel unoriginal. But I guess her magician stuff is pretty cool, but like she doesn't even use it that much. So I don't know. Hard to say. 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 I think is a solid rating. But I know Kay would probably give it like a 10 out of 10 because it's their favorite game. So I apologize for letting you down. But yeah, so let's see. Now we've finished with that. So let me update this in the Discord while I'm here, actually. Up to date. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Finished. Current game is Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. And then the next game is Miles Edgeworth 2. Okay. So, that being said, tomorrow I think what we are going to discuss, at least briefly, is the concept of parents, guilt tripping, essentially. Because I saw a TikTok pretty recently that somebody was asking questions about and was like, why does this happen? And it was this TikTok of a girl, or rather of a person. And they had gotten a septum piercing. They were a Hispanic person. They had a septum piercing. And then they showed it to their mom. And their mom started crying. And was just like, oh, it's like you don't even care about what we think about you. It's like you don't even care about what people think about you ever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just stuff like that, which is like, unfortunately something that I'm very familiar with, me and my brother alike, because our mom, does the same thing if we do things to our body that she does not necessarily agree with. And I thought it would be an interesting topic to discuss, because then we could kind of work to unpack from a millennial perspective as to why boomer parents do that. So I think it'll be an interesting thing to talk about. But thank you all for tuning in today. I appreciate the support as always. Tomorrow is podcast, and then on Monday we start Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. So